in and out through your nose. Our mantra for today's practice: let movement be your medicine. Together, let's take a nice deep inhalation. Reach your arms high, look up, lengthen, palms touch, and as you exhale, bring your hands to the center of your chest and even bow your head for a moment. And maybe finding an intention, a focus for your practice. And then lightly press your palms together to seal it in. Then we're going to interlace all of our fingers. We're going to do some spinal decompression pranayama. This is just breath with awareness. As you breathe in, let's extend your knuckles high to the sky. We're going to keep our arms straight. As you exhale, I want you to push forward. So extend your arms from your chest as you pull back and tuck your chin. So it's a rounding of your spine. Inhale, lengthen and lift. Biceps align with ears. Exhale, push and pull. It's an opposing stretch. Feel your shoulder blades melt apart. One more time. Inhale, lift. And exhale, round it out. Good. Inhale, tall. Release your fingers and exhale, hands to your heart. Take your time. We're going to transition over to a tabletop position onto your hands and your knees. And we're going to come into Balasana, child's pose, for a rest. So you can bring your knees wide or keep them beneath your knees. We're gonna melt your hips to your heels. Extend your arms out and let your forehead come all the way down to your mat, or you may stack your hands or use a block. So continuing with that deep breath, this helps anchor you in the present moment. And I want you to know that you are welcome to stay here as long as you need. Come back anytime. Let's take one more full belly breath. And then start to emerge slowly. We'll rise back to our table. And then we are going to transition to Verasna, Hero's Pose. So let's start to walk our hands towards our knees, which are about hip distance apart. We're gonna come all the way up. Arms are long, palms forward. Tuck the tail down. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, hands to your heart. Again, breathe in, reach tall, keep your hands together. This time as you exhale, let's arc to the right, up and over, just a nice side stretch. The inhale brings you back up. Exhale, up and over to the other side. Breathe in, grow tall. Palms pressed together, exhale, hands to your heart. Tabletop, back to all fours. Preparing for downward facing dog. So maybe your hands are a little higher than the shoulders. Fingers spread, elbows unlocked. Let's tuck all 10 toes under. Let's start with a happy cat stretch. We're gonna inhale, lift your heart, lengthen the belly. And then as you exhale, drop your chin to your chest, pull your knees off the mat and press back to your inversion. And let's just pedal the feet slowly, walking the dog, loosening up those lower legs. Good. And then I want you to float to your tippy toes as you inhale, bend your knees a little, look forward. And as you exhale, press back, heart to thighs. Take some letting go breaths. And again, you can keep some softness in your knees. You do not need to make contact with your heels to the mat. Just try to keep your elbows unlocked. Feel that prana, that good energy, that warmth flowing from hands to feet. And I want you to gaze forward. Slowly walk into your waterfall. So upper body just pours forward. We're just going to stack through the spine. Let your hands travel up the fronts of your legs. We'll come all the way to standing. You can lift your shoulders up, back, and down. And we'll step to the top of our mat into our mountain. So mountain is our standing foundation. Feet are about hip distance. Rooting down, anchoring, heart lifted. Tapping into the calm of this posture. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, hands to your heart. Again, inhale, reach. This time, exhale, swan dive. Wide arms fold in half. Breathe into half lift. So hands either to mat, shins, or thighs. Look forward. And then exhale, bow to your knees. Reverse swan, expand your arms. Inhale, reach. And exhale, back to your heart. Good. We're going to take a chair vinyasa. Utkatasana is fiery seat pose. This will help generate some heat, warm up your legs. So inhale, reach. Exhale, hands to heart as you bend your knees, sit in that invisible chair. I want you to flow. So the inhale, we rise. And the exhale, we sit. Now I want you just to go at your pace. So thinking less, flowing more. When we flow, we let go. One more time. Exhale, have a seat. This time, let's hold. We'll hold for a few breaths. Try to feel that softness in your face, shoulders, jaw. Pressing palms together. Volcano, lift on your next inhale. Rise, maybe take a little back bend, look to the sky. Exhale, thumbs to chest. And then release back into mountain, standing neutral posture. So next we're going to take Rakashna tree pose. All right, so we're going to show different modifications. And we're going to first transition a little more weight into your left leg. And we're starting from the ground up. So visualize growing roots through the soles of your feet to the earth. I want you to externally rotate your right knee and toes. And we'll start from the ground up. So YJ will demonstrate staying grounded, okay? Jason will demonstrate taking your toes to connect and then maybe sliding up the inside of your trunk. And then I will demonstrate higher than the knee. So the key is to avoid your knee. So you're either above or below. Hip bones forward, knee to the side. Option to grow some branches on an inhale. Arms float up. You can explore with your gaze, maybe lifting your focus from the ground to straight ahead or even elevated. Try to relax your shoulders. Keep the breath flowing. Good. One more big breath. And then just let it go. Relax the arms first. Steer your knee forward and then release back into mountain and just feel that sensation of that temporary imbalance. We've opened the right hip. And now we'll get a little heavier into the right leg and we're going to steer your left knee and toes open and we'll start from the ground up. It's important that you mirror whatever you did on the other side. So taking the same position with the foot as you did on the other side. Softening into your wobbles. It's okay to sway. Trees are always in motion. And then maybe we grow those branches on an inhale. And as you exhale, soften the shoulders. Keep your breath smooth. Tree pose is a good reminder to go on a limb. This is where the fruit is. We're actually extending, reaching in two directions, through your foot, into the earth, and to the sky through your fingers. Last full breath. Release the arms first. We'll bring that knee forward and return back into mountain. And now just take a moment and feel that balance emerge. Feeling even on both sides. We'll take a mini sun salutation to rinse that out. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, forward fold. Breathe in, half lift, look forward. And then exhale, bow to your legs. Reverse swan. Open those arms wide. Inhale, lift all the way back up. And exhale, home to your heart. Good, let's release into mountain pose. Soft knees. A few more letting go breaths. One more sun sal. Inhale, extend, lengthen. Exhale, fold in half. And breathe in, half rise, flatten that back. Stretch your crown from your hips. And then exhale, release. Reverse swan. Inhale. Exhale, home to your heart. And we'll be right back.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Raven Reads. Unbox Indigenous voices. Subscribe today at ravenreads.org.
Leonard Thompson, 13 years old, diabetes mellitus, 65 pounds.
Starve the child to let them live. The treatment's as cruel as the disease. It's a death sentence.
Dr. Banting.
This could be it.
He's the first to receive this trial.
But will it save him?
It's not pure enough.
So we try again. And again. And again.
Before the discovery of insulin, diabetes was a death sentence. Banting, Best, Collop, and MacLeod's breakthrough has saved millions of lives. Leonard Thompson's was the first.
What kind of show do you want to see on Rogers TV? What interests you? Log on to rogerstv.com, fill out a show proposal, and tell us about your segment idea. We want to know what you want to see. Rogers TV, only on Rogers.
Welcome back to Better Living Through Yoga. We will begin our next sequence in a standing foundation of mountain, feeling the magic of mountain pose, pressing down through the feet. Inhale, touch the sky. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, half lift, so lengthen your spine forward, flat back. And then exhale, bow to your legs. We're going to walk the plank. So hands to the mat, we're going to walk the feet back, coming into a straight line with the body. We're all going to modify our first flow. We're gonna bring our knees down. Untuck your toes. Hips slightly forward. Let's inhale, fuel up. And as you exhale, we lower down hips, belly, chest. Back bend. On an inhale, you can draw your heart up and away to baby cobra. YJ will demonstrate. Jason can show hovering the palms to just activate the back body a little bit more. And I'm going to show you upward facing dog. So straight-ish arms, hips off the mat. And just breathe. We're going to shift through tabletop. Tuck your toes under, downward facing dog. So let's just bring some length to the spine, a few letting go breaths, setting up for our lunge. YJ is going to demonstrate approaching it with her right foot from tabletop. Jason and I are going to inhale the right leg to the sky for a down dog split kick. Exhale, knee forward toward nose, and then we'll step through. So we're all going to meet with our right foot forward. Okay, so we're gonna tuck those back toes. We can all lift our hind knee, and we're gonna spin the back foot open so it's anchored. YJ is going to press her hands into the front thigh to come up. Jason and I are going to inhale, left hand forward, reverse cartwheel, open into warrior two. Good, so let's just check alignment. Front knee is over ankle. Hands are reaching away from each other. Shoulder blades together behind you. And gaze is forward, just beyond your fingers. Equally rooting through both feet. Feel that power in the lower body, but softness around your heart. Front palm faces the sky. Let's dance back. Reach overhead. The back hand can rest on your thigh or take your low back, palm open. Nice deep breaths across that right side of your body. Be with your breath. Inhale, rise, warrior two. Exhale, let's windmill all the way down. Pivot so you're on your back, tippy toes, and step to a plank, top of a push-up. Okay, so YJ will keep her knees down. Jason and I are going to demonstrate Chaturanga with our knees lifted. So we're gonna inhale. As you exhale, bend your elbows. We're gonna lower all the way down again. Soft landing. Point your toes. Inhale, lift your heart a little or a lot. Shift back. Tuck your toes. Downward facing, although you are welcome to sneak in a child's pose here. Both are resting postures. One's a little more active. Maybe a sigh. Let go of any tension. And then again, we're going to meet in a lunge, this time with left foot forward. YJ will show the modification. So we're gonna inhale, left leg up. Exhale, knee forward, look ahead, and we'll meet with the foot between your hands. Good, back foot spins open. And either press your hands into that front thigh to lift, or right arm reaches, inhale up and open. Virabhadrasana, warrior two. Take some nice, nourishing breaths here. And focus your gaze over your left fingers. Looking forward. Radiating energy from your fingertips. Good, let's dance it back. Left palm up, reach overhead. Express however you like with that back arm. Good, inhale, rise, warrior two. Exhale, let's windmill all the way down. Step to a plank pose. Okay, so variations for our Chaturanga. Knees down, knees lifted and lower halfway for the challenge, or you can land all the way down. So let's start with an inhale. Exhale, lower. Untuck your toes, inhale, heart up a little or a lot. If you're an upward facing, you can try to lift your knees off the mat, pressing the tops of your feet to the earth. And then we're gonna shift into a child's pose. Everybody take a nice rest to round out that low back and surrender your head. Remember, movement is medicine, but stillness is a salve. You can stay as long as you like. And then on an inhale, let's shift forward to table. We're going to get into a hip opening pigeon pose. And we're all going to approach it through tabletop, I think. Okay, so we're going to just slide your right knee behind your right wrist, okay? And then your left leg slides back. Your toes can come toward the left edge of your mat, but just be really mindful of your knee, okay? YG is going to demonstrate deer pose. So if you have any knee issues, she's gonna bend that back knee a little, and she's actually going to lower into that right hip. Otherwise, for pigeon, arms are straight, heart lifted. And then we bow that upper body and come into our sleeping pigeon or deer. You can stack your hands, elbows wide, and just let your brow rest on your hands. You can maybe even take a little third eye chakra massage, rolling your head along your hands, or just be still. Let your shoulders relax away from your ears. And can your thoughts match the pace of your breath? Can they slow? And just notice what comes up. Observe and let it drift away. Let's slowly release. Let your head lift. And we'll walk those arms back to straight, squaring those hips forward. Good. We're going to slide that right knee back into table and then neutralize with a downward facing dog. So tuck your toes under, lift those knees, and feel free to pedal the feet just to encourage that blood flow along that right leg. Good. And then we'll soften our knees back to the mat. And we'll guide that left knee forward, toes toward the right edge of your mat as you slide your right leg back and lift your heart. Good. So again, pigeon or deer pose. Lead with your heart. Start to bow that upper body, elbows nice and wide, and just lower down. Relax your head. And just let your thoughts drift in and drift right back out. No attachment. Letting go is the hardest asana or posture. But every exhalation is an opportunity to release a little bit more. I'm preparing to
Constable Devin Northrup, a 6-year member of the service. Constable Morgan Russell, with the force for 33 years. Good morning. I'm Madison Fitzpatrick, and thank you so much for joining us today. The community of Simcoe County and beyond are gathering today to mourn the lives of 2 fallen South Simcoe police officers. Now, this procession and service is not open to the public, but we are glad that you're joining us this morning to remember the lives of these 2 officers. For those in the community who wish to gather in person, a broadcast of the funeral is being offered at the Innisfil Community Church and the St. John's Presbyterian Church. What you're seeing now is live shots of the procession on the way to the Sadlin Arena. And police are asking residents to avoid the area as road closures are in place around the arena. The procession came from Adams Funeral Home to Steckley Gotteram Funeral Home, all the way to the Sadlin Arena, which you are seeing now. We are looking at cruisers and officers' lights flashing as the procession will be coming down Bayview Drive. Momentarily, you will see officers from York, Halton, the OPP, Toronto, Peel, Durham, and South Simcoe marching along with the officers and the caskets of the fallen officers. You might also see officers from across Canada, our CMP officers, as well as state troopers from the USA might also be slotted to attend. Over 8,000 officers are expected to be here today at the Sadlin Arena. Unfortunately, the Sadlin Arena can only hold over 4,000 people, but officers and soldiers from Base Borden have been setting up tents in the likelihood of rain, obviously, that we're seeing this morning, so other officers can view the service outside. So you can see OPP cruisers there. OPP officers are actually covering South Simcoe shifts and all 911 calls during this procession and service this morning. OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrick is also slotted to attend today, so you will be seeing him. We're seeing officers marching right now. You can see many officers. It's just an incredible turnout for these two fallen officers who did die in the line of duty last week. The last time a South Simcoe police officer was killed in the line of duty was 2002. So this tragic event has hit the community pretty hard. distance there, you can see fire trucks and other paramedic services. You will see lights. You won't hear sounds this morning, as it is not an emergency. It's just a service. But fire and paramedics are slotted to attend today. Clearly there are vehicles, and motorcyclists and security details are also in the area. All members of fire, paramedics were welcomed to join this procession today. And from all different detachments across Simcoe County, not just South Simcoe Police. As you'll see the officers marching right now, all the services were told to wear their working uniform today, not their formal wear, which is the number one. As you see, it's probably due to the weather. It's a little chilly out there. We're seeing snow on the ground this morning, but other officers are in their warm attire, got coats on, their civilian uniforms, but definitely a lot of officers in their working attire. And as you can see, the red suits there are CMP officers also in attendance today. Just see the officers here lined up, just the magnitude of these two officers' deaths, the impact that it's had to this community. The rows of officers line the streets all the way around the corner. A lot of community members and residents have also lined the sidewalk in support of the officers in this procession this morning. just want to remind viewers that the service will start at 11 a.m. this morning. However, we were delayed a little bit for the procession, so just keep that in mind. However, this is a private service, and it'll be attended by the families of Constable Russell and Northrop, guests and obviously members of the South Simcoe Police Service and representatives from other police services and emergency service personnel and other members. Premier Doug Ford is slotted to attend today. He has been very involved with police services as his son-in-laws are officers as well. Her Honourable Elizabeth Downswell, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, is also set to speak today. Premier Doug Ford, actually visited the South Simcoe detachment the day that this tragic event happened. His support has been very, very much needed in this community.
See the hearses yet? Copy that. As if the officers are facing one side of the roadway, waiting for the hearse, both hearses carrying the fallen officers, to come so they can salute the fallen soldiers as the motorcade comes by. Fallen officers, rather. And on Friday, last Friday, officers from multiple police services gathered as Russell and Northrop were brought to Barrie from the coroner's office in Toronto. So this has been a week of busy events for officers dealing with this tragic event that happened A private visitation for both of the fallen officers occurred yesterday for family members and other members of the service. As you can see from these overhead shots, there's thousands of officers here lining the streets of Barrie. Apparently 1.3 kilometers long, but to me it seems like many, many more. The footage that you're seeing is just incredible, the amount of support for these two fallen officers. Staff Sergeant David Phillips says in these times, Simcoe Police Services lean on the community for support, and that's exactly what you're seeing today. You see the red jackets there of the RCMP officers that have joined us today. They recently had a loss of their own when one of their constables was killed responding to a call on Tuesday. So we mourn the loss of their constable as well. As you can see on the right side of the screen, the tents that have been set up by officers at Base Borden. They were setting up the tents all yesterday, trying to provide some space for other officers who cannot fit in the Sadlin Arena. As I said, 8,000 officers are expected to attend this service today. You can also see on the right, possibly Barrie Fire Service. They have the Canadian flag flying. As you can see, we are just waiting for the hearses of the fallen officers to arrive. And again, the service is to begin at 11 a.m. And reminder that there are road closures in the area. Bayview Drive from Churchill Drive to Mapleview Drive, and it's going to reopen around 4 p.m. this afternoon. So please be advised that there are road closures in the area around the Sadlin Arena. We're looking right now at the Harvey Street Bridge west of Bayview, where the procession will start. And the hearses will pass the officers that have gathered on one side of the road that you have been watching this morning. These are the faces of the two fallen officers who died last week responding to a call in Innisfil. Constable Devin Northrup died at local hospital, while Constable Morgan Russell was airlifted to a Toronto trauma center where he was later pronounced dead. These deaths have really impacted the community. It has been a week of mourning. The community gathered last Wednesday night for a candlelight vigil to mourn the deaths of the 2 police officers. And today we are now having a service and a funeral to remember the fallen officers. The service is set to begin at 11 a.m. As we have the faces of the 2 fallen officers up on your screen, I just want to tell you a little bit more about them. Constable Devin Northrup was 33 years old, and he worked with the Community Mobilization and Engagement Unit. He also served as a member of the Mental Health Crisis Outreach Team and Emergency Response Unit. Constable Northrup leaves behind his spouse and also a fellow South Simcoe police officer, Constable Annie Romard, and their dog and best friend, Roxy. There is a GoFundMe online for Constable Northrup, and also a scholarship fund in the name of Constable Northrup is being set up by the National Peace Officers Memorial. Now, Constable Morgan Russell, 54 years old. As I said, he was with the force for 33 years. He was close to retirement, I'm told by his colleagues. He trained as a crisis negotiator and was assigned to uniform patrol. And he is survived by his wife and 2 teenage children. Donations in memory of Russell are being made to Wounded Warriors Canada. Again, the service is set to start at 11 o'clock, and we will be carrying it here on Rogers TV.
helicopter up there? How far away are they? Well, he's tracking them, so I'm not totally sure. I'm not in contact with those guys.
What you're seeing now is the motorcade coming down the bridge with the hearses following right behind. buses probably filled with family members and other higher-ups in the force. The motorcades here are something that's normal for processions and services of fallen officers, so it's no surprise that we're seeing them today. And I've been told this is a unique situation, this service today. 2 fallen officers that have died in the line of duty is something that is not often seen. That is a South Simcoe police car at the head of the procession. Appropriate on a day like this where, multiple police precincts from other regions have gathered here today. Again, York, Halton, Durham, Toronto, and as you've seen, OPP, RCMP, they've all gathered here today to mourn the 2 fallen officers. As you can see, they're turning onto Bayview Drive. These overhead shots really show you how many officers are here today. The deaths of these 2 officers mark the 3rd and 4th GTA police officers to be killed in the last month. As we approach the Salwin Arena now, you're going to see the procession of officers lined up to salute the fallen officers. Approximately over 8,000 officers are here today. And you also see residents on the sides of the streets also paying their respects. Members of multiple police services are here today. Again, Toronto, York, Halton. RCMP officers, of course, as Simcoe police members as well. Just a magnitude of police services all across of North America here today. We're now pulling into the Sadlon Arena. Again, you're just seeing the procession arriving now at the Stadlin Arena. The service is expected to start at 11 a.m., where you will hear welcome and land acknowledgements with O Canada. And some of the speakers today are not from Simcoe County. We're going to see Her Honourable Elizabeth Downswell, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. Also, Premier Doug Ford will be in attendance today. So Simcoe Police Acting Chief, John Van Dyke, will also be there to speak on behalf of the officers today. John Van Dyke also attended police college with Russell 33 years ago, so it has impacted him very much, this tragic event. Also, retired Chief Andrew Fletcher from the South Simcoe Police Service will be in attendance today speaking. And his last day on the job was September 30th, so not too long ago. He obviously knew the constables very well. We're also going to see members of the families today. The Northrop family will be reflecting and speaking today, as well as the Russell family. You can see flags are still at half-mast all across Simcoe County. Basically everywhere that you go, flags have been lowered in respect. In February this year, Constable Russell received his Police Exemplary Service Medal at the South Simcoe Police Awards for 30 years of service. As we said, he was possibly planning on retiring. And in 2020, Constable Devin Northrup received the South Simcoe Police Award for Excellence in Emergency Response, alongside his colleague, for the work in assisting a man who was about to end his life at a home in Innisfil in May. This is a live look at the Pallbearers coming in. And as you can see from the crests on their uniforms, they're from multiple divisions, not just South Simcoe Police. We have all members here supporting each other and honoring the lives of the fallen officers here today. is a live look at inside the Sadlin Arena. All those officers that were outside on the street, lining up the street for the procession, are now joining the service inside. You can see officers from every detachment in Simcoe County and outside, including Toronto, York, Halton, and as we saw, some RCMP members as well. You might also see some state troopers from down south. That is a common thing to happen when an officer has fallen in the line of duty. And again, the service is set to start at 11 a.m. We will be broadcasting it here on Rogers TV. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. saw the two fallen officers being brought into the Sadlin Arena. Again, the service is set to start at 11 o'clock, just less than 10 minutes away. And a reminder that this service is not open to the public. We thank you for joining us on the coverage on Rogers TV. And just a reminder that members of the public may come together and view a live stream at the Innisfil Community Church and the St. John's Presbyterian Church. Again, you're seeing officers from multiple police services, even firefighters and paramedics that have also been asked to attend today. And the OPP, they're covering South Simcoe Police's shifts today and also 911 calls so that all members of their force can attend today's service. You're also going to see multiple politicians possibly and members of municipal government. We've been hearing a lot from politicians this past week. Premier Doug Ford, he visited the South Simcoe Police Department in Innisfil the Wednesday afternoon following the incident to show his support to the force members. Toronto Mayor John Tory also tweeting out his condolences last week, calling the incident an unspeakable tragedy. And even Prime Minister Justin Trudeau also tweeting his condolences. We also see retired police chiefs in attendance, of course, because Constable Morgan Russell has been on the force for over 33 years. See a lot of members that worked alongside these two officers. We want to pay their respects today. Here today to remember the lives of the two constables. But we're also here today to support not only them, but the members of their families, their friends, and their colleagues of the South Simcoe Police Department and many other departments that worked together, rather services that worked with these two officers. And to look at these pictures that you're looking at now, the footage that you're seeing, this arena is usually filled with fans, hockey players. But today, it's filled with officers, paramedics, firefighters, who all may have knew and worked with the two fallen officers, but know the struggle and the dedication and what it means to be an officer of the law. And you're going to see a lot of different people at this service today. You're looking at pictures of Premier Doug Ford. You just saw Her Honorable Elizabeth Downswell. And if you look at the crests of these officers' uniforms, you're going to see not just South Simcoe police officers. We have OPP in attendance, RCMP officers,
Good morning.
Barrie Police, York,
And welcome to
even
today's
officers
service.
from Thunder
If I could
Bay.
ask everyone to please take their seats.
And it really
Before the service commences, I would like to remind everyone to be aware of the exits within the facility, which are clearly marked in the event that they are required in an emergency. As well, you will find first aid stations throughout the arena if needed. During the ceremony, all uniform members are to remove their headdress, including during the playing of the national anthem, when we will honor our national anthem by standing at attention. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people, which are collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. We acknowledge members of the Wendat Nation who occupied these lands prior to the middle of the 17th century. We would now request that the members of the Northrup and Russell families please make their way into the arena. If you are able, please rise and remove headdress for the entrance of the funeral procession led by Piper Ian McDonald of the Toronto Police Service. Police Constable Northrup and Russell's safe passage has been entrusted to ceremonial units comprised of the South Simcoe Police, Barrie Police, York Regional Police, Toronto Police, and the Ontario Provincial Police.
Party. Slow. March.
Please remain standing as we honor our country with the singing of our national anthem, O Canada. O Canada will be performed by Staff Sergeant Valerie Burns of the Ontario Provincial Police. On behalf of members in uniform, Acting Chief Van Dyke of the South Simcoe Police will take the salute. All uniform members, please come to attention.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I would like to ask that you please remain standing as we, in a collective act of remembrance, observe a moment of silence to honor the lives of Police Constable Morgan Russell and Police Constable Devin Michael Northrup. Good afternoon, and welcome everyone. You may take your seats. My name is David Phillips. I'm a staff sergeant with the South Simcoe Police Service. I cannot begin to tell you how humbled I am to be the one before you as we celebrate, honor, and remember the lives of Devin Michael Northrup and Morgan Russell. 10 days ago, I would have said our policing family is 102 sworn members strong. But today, as I look out, I can see that I was wrong. Our policing family numbers in the thousands. I take this time to humbly acknowledge the families of Police Constables Northrup and Russell. With us today is Morgan's wife, Marisa, his daughters Madeline and Maggie, Morgan's brother Heath, Devin's spouse and fellow South Simcoe police officer Annie Romard, Devin's parents, retired RCMP officers Heather and Ron, his brother Brock, sister-in-law Elise, nephew Liam, and niece Kinsley. And of course, we must give honorable mention to Devin and Annie's beloved dog, Roxy. Thank you for sharing this day with us and our members. We stand with you and share the weight of your grief. Today, we are honored to be in the presence of the Honorable Elizabeth Dowdeswell, the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Premier Doug Ford, representatives of all levels of government, the Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, chiefs of police from across the nation, Police Services Board members, representatives from all levels of emergency services, especially our own members of the South Simcoe Police Service, and members of the community who join us remotely. On behalf of the Russell and Northrop families, I welcome you all to today's service. Today we will hear from several speakers, including members of the government, police officials, family, and friends. At this time, I am honored to invite the 29th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, the Honourable Elizabeth Dowdeswell, to the podium.
Premier Ford, families, colleagues, and friends who grieve the fallen, good morning, bonjour, bonjour. We are gathered here today to remember and honor the lives and the service of Police Constables Devon Michael Northrop and Morgan Russell. As the King's representative, and on behalf of all Ontarians, I offer my deepest condolences and my sincerest sympathies to their families, colleagues, and friends on this heartbreaking loss. And to the families, thank you, and I say so very humbly, thank you for allowing me to intrude on your private grief that's today being made so very public. The presence here of so many of the extended policing family is a moving and fitting tribute. On the Ontario Police Memorial in Queen's Park are inscribed the words, "Heroes in life, not death." And this is undoubtedly true of Devon and Morgan. I did not know them personally, but those with whom they worked have told me stories that gave me some insight into the character of these two men. These brief reflections leave no doubt that they were admired, valued, and will not be forgotten. I understand that Morgan was known as the unofficial sergeant of his platoon. For years, senior officers suggested that he enter the promotional process, but Morgan chose not to do so. He was happy to lead and guide his platoon mates, working shoulder to shoulder with them, offering encouragement and benefit of his invaluable experiences. I'm told that he was so trusted that in his judgment that the Human Resources Department relied on him to assist in the recruiting of the best candidates to become members of the service. And because of this, so many new officers mirrored Morgan's integrity, his compassion, and his commitment to serving the community at the highest level. Morgan deservedly held the respect of all. Those two words, integrity and compassion, were also used to describe Devon. Only 4 years into his service with Constable Gerald Crane, he received the South Simcoe Police Award for Excellence in Emergency Response for saving a man who was attempting to take his own life. On one occasion, at a rally for Black Lives Matter, Devon was asked if he wished to offer any words. And despite having nothing prepared, he delivered an eloquent, stirring address that came from the heart, offering support empathy, and understanding. Those who were there to hear him were apparently visibly moved in this instance, and many others. He demonstrated a humility well beyond his years of service. On October the 11th, when Devon and Morgan answered the call of duty for the last time, their families lost sons and partners. Morgan's daughters lost a father. I can only imagine the inconsolable grief their families must be experiencing. And I hope that as you hear from members of the policing family and the South Simcoe community that they served about their working lives, you'll find some measure of comfort from knowing the impact that they had on so many lives while theirs were cut short. And to the rest of you in the room this morning, for the third and fourth times in the last month, the police in Ontario have lost colleagues. This is a devastating time for police and emergency services across this province. I admire your courage and your resilience. To those of you gathered here, we are immensely grateful for the dailiness of your service, your willingness to be there for all of us in times of challenge and change in an increasingly polarized world. We recognize the risks you take as part of your jobs, putting your lives on the line to keep our neighborhoods and communities safe, and always service above self. Perhaps we don't say it often enough. Thank you. We will be vigilant and we will stand with you. Devon and Morgan's names will soon be inscribed on the monument in Queen's Park, where every year on the first Sunday in May, lieutenant governors, premiers, officers, and members of the public will gather in honor to honor the memory of those courageous public servants, and where every day citizens of Ontario will stop as they pass by to pay their respects. Today, may we all commit to do what we can to hold their names and their stories in our hearts. May we pass them down through generations so that they will persist as long as there's an Ontario, as long as there's a Canada, and as long as there are people who, like Morgan and Devon, believe in what they're doing and what they can do to help their neighbors, their loved ones, and those in need, in the service of a better, more just society for us all. May they rest in peace.
Thank you, Your Honor. The day after the tragic event that brings us together here today, we were visited by Ontario Premier Doug Ford. Premier Ford met personally with our staff to express his profound grief. Thank you for your personal touch that day. It is a great honor that I turn the podium over to Premier Ford.
Well, good morning, Honor. Thank you for the privilege of being here and allowing me to pay respects to the families, friends, and colleagues of Constable Morgan Russell and Constable Devin Michael Northrop. Two heroes of the South Simcoe Police Service who were lost in the line of duty on October the 11th. Constable Morgan Russell was a 33-year veteran of the police service, and anyone who knew Morgan will tell you his family was everything to him. He was a loving husband to Marisa and a devoted father to Madeline and Maggie. His world revolved around his three girls. He beamed when he talked about them, and he did so at every opportunity. As an officer, he is one of the finest you could ask for. And he truly loved this job. Morgan would have been eligible for retirement after 30 years of distinguished service. But his love of community and commitment to his policing family kept him on the job. And beyond his bravery and dedication to helping others, Morgan was a role model to dozens of young officers who had the good fortune of crossing his path. He was kind, he was funny, he could always find the common ground. People say Morgan just had a special way about him. It was the little things. He always knew exactly what someone needed and just how he could help. He was a leader, and he set an example for others to follow. Everyone wanted to be like Morgan. And one of those people who learned from Morgan was Constable Devin Northrop. Devin was 33 years old and had been an officer for 6 years. But he had service in his blood, being the son of retired RCMP officers. To Ron and Heather and his big brother Brock, I'm so terribly, terribly sorry for your loss. I had the honor of meeting Devin once, and I have a picture of both of us together that means so much to me. And although his time as an officer was cut tragically short, Devin left a legacy to be proud of. He was a member of the tactical team and spent countless hours in the community doing outreach. Devin was meant to be a police officer. He was a big man, but he was gentle. People trusted him. He was funny, he was sincere, he lit up every room he was in. He was an exceptional officer and would have been for a long time to come. There are no words to describe the tragedy that happened on October the 11th. It was an unspeakable crime, and one we're all struggling to come to terms with. To the Russell family and Northrop families, we're all so very, very heartbroken for both of you. We mourn this loss alongside you, and we'll never, forever, and we will always be forever grateful to these heroes for their service. And to you, as their families, for loving and supporting them unconditionally. To the South Simcoe Police Service, I understand your pain. I have police officers in my family. We are a police family. and I couldn't be more proud of that. I know the stress this line of work causes families when these brave women and men leave the house and put their lives on the line to protect others. And sadly, we have seen too many days recently when these heroes didn't return from their shift. That hits home. But this police service, this police family will endure. I know you will continue to serve and protect this community with pride and purpose. You will make your brothers proud every day, and you will do so with two guardian angels smiling down on you. May God bless you all, and may God always bless the memories of Morgan Russell and Devin Michael Northrup. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier Ford. The day after the tragic event that brings us together today was one that we will recall for a long time. Acting South Simcoe Police Chief John Van Dyke was only in his new role less than 2 weeks, when our police service and our communities were shattered. It has been said that leadership is forged in moments of crisis. In the hours and days that followed this tragedy, John has displayed great strength, courage, and resolve. This honest leadership gave our membership the strength to begin to pick up those pieces. It is with great pride that I introduce Acting Chief of the South Simcoe Police Service, John Van Dyke.
Your Honor, Premier Ford, Your Worships Mayor Dolan and Mayor Keffer, Chair Garapi and members of the Police Services Board, Commissioner, Chiefs, distinguished guests, beloved family, South Simcoe family, friends, and fellow members of the policing community. We are gathered together to honor our heroes in life who made the ultimate sacrifice while serving their communities. The loss of Constable Morgan Russell and Constable Devin Michael Northrup cannot easily be put into words. The feelings of shock and horror we all experienced upon learning about their senseless, cruel deaths and the grief and sadness that followed has been a crushing weight to bear for our members and their families. But we are here to support each other during this time of sorrow and anguish. We will always be here for each other. On behalf of the men and women of the South Simcoe Police Service, I extend our deepest heartfelt condolences to their loved ones. Morgan's wife of 27 years, Marissa, his daughters, Madeline and Maggie, Morgan's mother, Susan, his brother, Heath, Uncle Harry and Aunt Janice, Aunt Barbie and his cousins, John, Amy, Lisa, and Megan. Constable Northrup's family, Devin's loving spouse, Annie, his parents, Ron and Heather, his brother, Brock, sister-in-law, Elise, his nephew, Liam, and niece, Kinsley. We all grieve with you. We are here to support you, and we will never forget you or our beloved heroes. They were both brave and dedicated men who gave their lives to protect our community. And we will never have the chance to thank them. Constable Morgan Russell was a frontline police officer for 33 years. He loved policing. And even though he could have retired 3 years ago, he chose to continue to serve. He started his policing career with the Innisfil Police in October 1989 and stayed when the South Simcoe Police was formed in 1997. He is not only a big part of our history, he was a beloved member of our family. We called him Mo. Throughout his career, Mo served as a founding member of the Emergency Response Unit, a coach officer and a mentor to many a young officer, a trained crisis negotiator, a member of the recruiting team, helping to shape the future of our service. Most importantly, Mo was a friend. This is personal for me. I attended police college with Morgan 33 years ago. We shared a bond of being policing neighbors and coming from a small service who only sent 1 or 2 recruits to the police college at a time, and we were left largely to figure it out on our own. Morgan was part of the recruiting team, and so was I at one time. On many occasions, Morgan and I would do job interviews together. Boy, he was a tough one. Honestly, I would not want to be on the other side of an interview table with him. I could always tell when Morgan was losing his patience with a candidate because the pen would stop writing, followed soon by a shuffle in the chair and maybe an eye roll or two. I knew then that this person was not getting hired. Morgan wanted nothing but the best for our service, and he was unwavering in his commitment to ensure we only hired the best. Constable Devin Michael Northrup accomplished a lot in his 6 years as a police officer. He was assigned to the Community Mobilization and Engagement Unit. Devin was also a coach officer, a member of the Emergency Response Unit, a licensed drone operator, and he had served as part of the Crisis Outreach and Response Team. Devin comes from a policing family. Both his parents are retired RCMP officers. His spouse, Annie, is a South Simcoe Police Service officer, one of our own. Again, this loss is deeply personal. During the pandemic, I used to see Devin in the services gym. We both shared a love of fitness. We were both single at the time, and we lamented about how hard it was to meet somebody during lockdown. Not more than a month ago, we had a chat about that. and we shared with each other that we had both now found someone that made us happy. I congratulated him on finding love with Annie. Both Morgan and Devon were respected, professional, and compassionate officers who cared deeply about their communities and their colleagues. They both shared a dry sense of humor and loved a good laugh. The outpouring of love and support from our communities and our policing partners has been incredibly moving. But it also serves as a stark reminder of the tremendous risks that are inherent in this profession, risks that no one can really be prepared for. People sleep safe in their beds at night because dedicated police officers are out there doing a tough job. We owe a debt to all that wear the badge. As we grieve, we also grieve with the horrific loss of RCMP officer Constable Shaylin Yang in Burnaby earlier this week. To our RCMP brothers and sisters, we stand with you in mourning one of our own. On behalf of all members of the South Simcoe Police, I want to acknowledge our policing neighbors and friends. The Ontario Provincial Police, the Barrie Police Service, and the York Regional Police. They have been at our sides for the past 9 days, helping to share the weight of this burden. We cannot thank them enough, or even begin to repay them for all they have done for us. To the members of the South Simcoe Police Service, while we struggle to accept this loss, our resolve is strengthened to do right by Devon and Morgan and honor their legacy of service and leadership, to continue to make a difference in our communities as they did. As your chief, I have never been prouder of each and every one of you. You have pulled together in so many unselfish ways to support each other and the families. I have gained strength from that. And I want you to know that I have your back. We have been shaken by this, but we are not broken. We are down, but we can seize the opportunity to build ourselves back up stronger and more united. Let's honor the legacy of our heroes and their families and do that together, one day at a time. God bless you all.
Thank you, Chief. Next, we'll hear from Chair Chris Garapi of the Bradford West Gwillimbury Innisfil Police Services Board. Chair Garapi, along with members of the board, have worked to ensure that our members and their families receive the support that they need and have needed over the past week. On behalf of the service, thank you for what you have done. Chair Garapi, please.
Your Worship, Premier, and all of our honored guests. On behalf of the members of Bradford West Gwillimbury Anisfield Police Service Board, please allow me to offer both families, friends and colleagues of Constable Morgan Russell and Constable Devin Michael Northrup our deepest and most heartfelt sympathy. Please know that we all share your painful loss and your heartbreaking sorrow. Members of the South Simcoe Police Service, members of our board, our policing colleagues, and members of emergency service and members of our community, we are truly shocked and saddened by the senseless death of these extremely well-loved and respected officers. I will promise each family that we, as a community, as a province, as a nation, will never forget them. We will forever be grateful for their courage and their commitment to strong community policing. Constable Russell gave 33 years of service to our communities with many accomplishments and accolades to his name. As a recruiting officer, he had tremendous influence to shape the police service he loved. He cared deeply about the communities he served and continued to protect us past his retirement date, as you heard earlier. Constable Northrup was a bright light who grew up in a policing family. In his 6 years with the service, he had already made a significant difference with his commitment to several part-time units, including the evolving responses for mental health calls. As you've heard, our police service is a very tight-knit community. It is so difficult for us to comprehend the circumstances of last week. Officers Northrup and Russell were bright stars with our service. When we look into the bright night sky, look and see two special twinkling stars out there in the distance. And I ask each of you today to take a bit of time to reflect and remember both of our fallen officers. Morgan and Devin, you will not be forgotten and will always be in our hearts. We are so incredibly grateful for the outpouring of support from our communities and our policing partners. Your support has brought much needed comfort to the command team, our sworn officers, our staff during these very difficult and dark days. The loss of Morgan and Devin drive home the risks officers take every day and with every shift. Daily, they run the risk of danger in order to keep all of our communities safe. We are indebted to all who served for their courage and dedication. Constable Russell and Constable Northrup made the ultimate sacrifice for our communities. We will honor their memory, and we will never forget their courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we will hear from retired Chief of Police Andrew Fletcher, who retired just 11 days before our service was rocked by the senseless act. Chief Fletcher joined the South Simcoe Police as a Deputy Chief in 2015. He was later promoted to Chief. Investing in community engagement and partnerships were cornerstones of his vision for our service. The fruits of this investment were never clearer that in our darkest days, when our community came to our side, it is a great privilege that I call retired Chief Andrew Fletcher to the podium. Your Honor, Premier Ford, Ministers, Mayors Dolan and Keffer, Chair Garapi and our board, distinguished guests, family and friends. I am truly honored to have been invited to speak today to honor the life and service of Constables Northrup and Russell. Having just retired, it has been difficult not being here with our team as they do what they can to comfort and support Devon and Morgan's family and loved ones. A day has not gone by since learning of this horrific incident that I haven't thought of those that I know are struggling to cope with this and wished I could be there to do more. But I have also never been more proud of our team as they've come together to do what needed to be done. Thank you to everyone who has joined us here today, and to everyone who has supported our team over this past couple of weeks. The incredible turnout today is not only a tribute to their service, but an acknowledgement of the amazing individuals that Devon and Morgan were, and is a testament to the impact that they have had on all of us. On one hand, such an outpouring of support can be comforting to the families as we mourn together. But I also appreciate that it can be a challenge to have something so private shared so publicly. And I cannot begin to fathom the sorrow and sadness that these families are experiencing, and there are no words capable of providing sufficient comfort. All we can do, as you've heard many times this morning, is pledge our unwavering support and promise to be by your side from this moment on. One of the things I enjoyed most about being chief of a small service is that I had the opportunity to interact with and get to know our people. I had the pleasure of working with both Devon and Mo, and have many cherished memories of interactions with the two of them. I also heard at the visitation and reception last night many comments from our members and others about who these officers were and how they made our team stronger. I enjoyed watching as Recruit Northrup joined our team 6 years ago and grew into the amazing young man that he was. He was mature beyond his years, coming from a policing family and bringing with that years of lived experience. But he also brought with it his youthful energy and wit, quick with a joke or a jab that would make you laugh. And we have heard many accounts over the past week of the work that he did and the extra duties that he took on. But what struck me most was Devon's strong character and desire to make a difference. I would walk by his office each day, and if he was working, would be greeted with a big hello and a warm smile. His family has referred to him as a rock, and I can attest that many saw him as someone that you could lean on. Devon's dedication and love of the emergency response unit was his true passion, and having attended a training session when he was new to the team and witnessing his level of engagement and the respect that he earned early on told me that we had a bright future ahead of him. He was a quiet leader, and I know was respected and valued by his teammates. And what can I say about Morgan that hasn't already been said, or I know will be said by others today? Mo was that steady, calming influence in any situation, helping to quietly mentor and guide others. And I had the pleasure of chatting with Mo at various times over the years, as he was someone who didn't hesitate to stop by my office and engage me in conversation on a variety of topics. But inevitably, those conversations would end with him talking about his girls and how proud he was. Both of these officers made our organization better and will be missed. And I know that many are probably asking why. Why them? Why now? How could this happen? We may never have answers to those questions, and it is impossible to make sense of this loss. For those of us that knew Devin and Morgan, our pain is still very raw, and understandably so, and at times may even seem unbearable. But we cannot allow events like this to define who we are or change how we do our job. Although Devin and Morgan know that they were loved, especially by their families, I would have liked one more chance to say goodbye and to let them know how much they have impacted our service and our community. But sadly, that is not possible. And all we can do is honor them by carrying on their legacy and leading our lives in their memory as we undertake to keep our community safe and make a difference in the lives of others. Today is a time to mourn, a time to remember Devin and Morgan. And although over time the tears may fade, the memories will not. Those memories will live on and will hopefully one day give comfort to those that are left behind. Today, we say goodbye, but it is not the last day that we will remember their service and sacrifice, as their names will be added to the Police Memorial Wall, and for generations to come, they will be remembered for their ultimate sacrifice. To Annie, the Russell family, the Northrop family, in the days, weeks, and months ahead, lean on us, along with your family and friends, to support you, and know that the South Simcoe Police Service will be there for you. Devin and Morgan will never be forgotten and will always be in our hearts. Officers Northrop and Russell, it is your time to rest. Rest in peace. Your team will take it from here. God bless.
Thank you, Chief Fletcher. Representing all sworn and civilian members within our service, I would like to introduce President of the South Simcoe Police Association, Sergeant Leah Thomas.
This sucks. This really sucks, but here we are. My name is Leah Thomas, and I am the president of the South Simcoe Police Association. I'm also a sergeant with the South Simcoe Police Service. And I am here to represent our members and talk about two men whom I cared for, admired, and was proud to call my friends, Morgan Russell and Devin Northrop. These two incredible human beings were the epitome of gentlemen, and they were the embodiment of our core values: teamwork, integrity, respect, inclusive, courageous, professional, accountable, and compassionate. Policing wasn't simply a job for Morgan or Devin. It was their calling. Morgan, which we always call Mo, was raised and went to school in the Innisfil area, so it only seemed fitting that he policed the area that he had grown up in. He could have retired at 30 years with exemplary service, and he had 33 years on. But he didn't want to retire. He loved to work at South Simcoe Police. He often said that this was the best gig going. He loved policing, he loved to serve, and he was really good at it. I know you've already heard this, but it's true. Morgan could find the common ground with anybody that he came into contact with. And he put this skill to use in every aspect of policing, from his calls as a crisis negotiator to the more mundane, everyday calls. He treated people like human beings, with respect, as equals. Morgan had more integrity in his pinky finger than most people have in a lifetime. Many people throughout his career encouraged him to go for promotions, and they sought after him to go into units. But he didn't want that. He wanted the front lines. The front lines was in his blood. He loved interacting with community members. And he didn't want to do anything that would potentially take any time away from his family. Marisa, Madeline, Maggie. He loved you guys so very much. Marisa, every time Morgan and I talked, which was many, many days, our talks always ended up coming back to the fact that you made him a better man and that you made him a better dresser. For that, we thank you. Madeline and Maggie, I have probably heard about every project you got an A on and every test you got an A+ on. It was like I was right there with you guys. Madeline, he was so proud of you from graduating Teachers College and following in your mom's footsteps. Maggie, you are so bright. You had the world at your footsteps, and he was so happy that you chose to go into nursing. Your dad, the police officer, your mom, the teacher, and of course, both of you wanting to serve the public too. Thank you. Morgan has probably helped shape the careers of many of our members within our service, myself included. He helped me transition from Toronto to South Simcoe 20 years ago. He taught me patience, and he taught me empathy. The things this man has passed on to people simply by working alongside them are innumerable. He was a mentor. He was a coach. He took such pride in our service in guiding our young officers that he became part of our recruiting program. And wouldn't you know it, just over 6 years ago, a young man walked into an interview where Mo was sitting at the panel. And that young man would turn out to be just like Mo. His name was Devin Michael Northrup. Like Mo, Devin had that special sauce. For anyone who had only ever seen a picture of Devin, he was a very tall guy. He could command a room just by walking in it, but that is not how Devin operated. He wasn't abrasive, and he wasn't intimidating. He was kind, he was compassionate, and he was one hell of a police officer. Devin only got to be a police officer for 6 years, but he packed a lot into those 6 short years. He was an asset to every unit he worked in. And like Morgan, he was a part of the tactical team, and like Morgan, Devin was so knowledgeable. Many of us have been on the receiving end of their wisdom, and we are better for that. Beyond the professionalism that made him so great at his job, Devin's heart and personality shone through in his policing, and especially in crisis intervention. Like Morgan, Devin was so patient. He was non-judgmental, and he treated every person he encountered with much respect. Devin did so many amazing things within the community of his service of his community, and given the chance, I have no doubt that he would have done so much more if his life had not been taken away so short. Devin is the son of 2 retired RCMP officers. He had so much respect for you, Ron and Heather, and in turn, much respect for the policing profession. Devin followed his parents' footsteps in more than one way. With his decision to serve his community, with the things that he chose to do within his career, and with choosing a partner, a fellow officer. Devin had the best sense of humor, and he could make you laugh with just a gesture or a look. He didn't have to say anything. I don't think anyone could have imagined that he would have found a life partner that could match his wit. But he did. He found Annie. They were so perfect for each other and perfectly paired. Annie and Devin never mixed the relationship at work, but once in a while, we got to witness their love for each other, and it was beautiful. Like most officers in our service, Devin was not around the last and only other time that we lost one of our own, Constable Alan Kuzmich, in the line of duty 20 years ago. But every year, he has made an effort to go to the police memorial run and participate in that, because that's how Devin was brought up. He recognized the sacrifices that police officers make every single day. He knew that when police officers go to work, that they might not come home. Everyone loved Morgan. Everyone loved Devin. They were kind. They were gentlemen. They were, in the purest sense of the word, good. Morgan and Devin were amazing at what they did, at who they were, at how they loved, and how they served. To the board, to the chief, to all our members, I see your pain. I hurt for you. I hurt alongside you. Every one of you was touched by these remarkable officers, and every one of you will undoubtedly miss them. They had high professionalism, courage, and compassion. And they showed respect to every single person that they came into contact with. These admirable traits are now their legacy. It is a legacy we must carry on through our own actions with every call that we answer, every community member that we serve. We must carry it on in a way we learn, in the way we mentor, and in the way we support each other, and the way we love. Morgan and Devin, like each and every one of you, their fellow officers, were heroes. The community was lucky to have been served by them. We were lucky to have served alongside them. And they made that ultimate sacrifice, Morgan and Devin. But their sacrifice was not alone. Morgan was a husband, a father, a son, a brother, and an uncle. Devin was a son, a brother, an uncle, and a partner. Marisa, Madeline, Maggie, Ron, Heather, Annie, and Brock, this was your sacrifice too. And we will not forget your sacrifice. We will not forget you. Devin and Mo had our backs, and now we have yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Thomas, for your fitting words. Amazing Grace will be played by representatives of the Mast of the Pipe Bands of Ontario. Pipers, if you would, please. Thank you, Pipers. I now call upon York Regional Police Chaplain Herbie Kuhn, who will lead us in reflection on behalf of Devon's family.
Good afternoon, all. We pick up the story with the quintessential big ask. An audacious, go big or go home type of request, which is met by an equally firm rebuke. It's in the Bible, it's in the Gospel of Mark, and two of Jesus' disciples, who apparently didn't receive the memo regarding humility, in chapter 10, verse number 37, they ask for, for prominent places of honor alongside Christ whenever he returns to heaven. Jesus quickly puts them in their place, and in the process makes them aware that that decision does not lie in his hands. Then, resuming at verse number 41 of this workplace drama, we read this. When the 10 other disciples heard what James and John had asked, they were indignant. So Jesus called them together and said, "You know that the rulers in this world lord it over their people, and officials flaunt their authority over those under them. But among you, it will be different. Whoever wants to be a leader among you must be your servant. And whoever wants to be first among you must be the slave of everyone else. For even the Son of Man," referring to himself, Jesus says, "For even the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve others and to give his life as a ransom for many." God's word for God's people. Amen. It's the ultimate example, my friends, of a reverse economy. Jesus, of all people, God in human flesh, the one who made the universe, the one who made you and I, the one who could do whatever, whenever, however, and with whomever he wanted to, the one with capital A authority, essentially says, "I'm here to help." It's an interesting paradox, isn't it? In uniform, distinguished by our dress, by the badges in our pockets, we engage our neighborhoods with a position indeed of authority, but isn't it true that that authority is best reflected when we humbly serve? The moral of the story from the passage in the book of Mark is this: if you want to be a leader, if you want to be a great leader, then learn to serve others. Devon Michael Northrup was a great leader. A great leader who not only served well, but it seems as if serving others faithfully and willingly was part of his DNA, his raison d'etre. His servant heart wasn't a pick and choose the spotlight type of heart. No, but it was one of consistency. Service to others, for Devon, it wasn't the exception, friends, it was the rule. He was passionate about mental health. His concern for the overall holistic well-being of his fellow law enforcement personnel led him to not only talk the talk, but also to walk the walk. As part of the South Simcoe Crisis Outreach and Support Team, also known as COAST. He cared deeply for his community, and he was indignant when it came to the cost of impaired driving. So much so that he began by serving as a volunteer with Mad Canada. He began as a volunteer and over the course of time eventually became a board member as treasurer. That was his heart of service as it applied to impaired driving and cutting off that evil. Inspired by his brother Brock, Devin in turn served by inspiring, it seems, anyone who came into contact with regarding their physical fitness. He was passionate about fitness and demonstrated that through his involvement in martial arts, as well as a cyclist and a runner. He knew that we only get one crack at life with this body, and he desired that others realize their own fitness and health potential. One other way that Devin served was, and we've heard a couple of references to this this morning, one other way that Devin served was by inspiring laughter. And in today's day and age, where so many of us are guilty of spending most of our waking hours, oh come on now, let's be honest, many of our sleeping hours too, stressed out, frustrated, focused on the next task, how can I climb higher in the ladder? Devin loved to stop, laugh, and make others laugh as well. A much needed commodity, he had a wonderful and peculiar sense of humor. Glory to God. I could go on and on, friends. He was a big part of the ERU. He was tight with his family. He loved to barbecue. Lobster dinners got him fired up, eh? Absolutely. He was a loyal spouse to Annie, and he was a loyal friend to many. He wasn't status quo. I wonder how many of us here have become too content with being average. And this all brings us, though, to right here and right now. What do we make of this life that has been lived so fully? Or more pointedly, sisters and brothers, how do we honor it? Let's start with this. Serve sacrificially, like Devin did. Figure out how you can best serve your coworkers and or your community. And don't hesitate to ask. It's not embarrassing to ask. As a matter of fact, it's a noble thing to ask. Consider how you can serve within the context of your own family, with an others first mindset. This world is filled with I'm looking out for number one type people, and it needs to be filled with I'm looking out for others first people. I wonder if anybody agrees with me here today. Just like Devin. And in doing so, today, tomorrow, and every day that the Lord gives you breath, we create a beautiful tapestry which remembers, affirms, honors, and speaks to future generations about a man named Devin Michael Northrup, who led by serving. Amen. Would you join me in a word of prayer, please? Precious Lord, today is a gift. You've allowed us a pulse in our veins and breath in our lungs one more time. May we never take each day for granted. This afternoon, I pray in particular for Marisa, Madeline, Maggie, Annie, Heather, Ron, Brock, Elise, Liam, Kinsley, as well as all the colleagues, community members, and everyone who's been hurt by this tragedy. I pray that in a supernatural way that only you are capable of, that you would sustain and strengthen them today and forevermore. Thank you for the memories and the honor bestowed upon these two remarkable individuals. May we strive to serve and live it out. I remember the words of Christ, who says, "Blessed are they who mourn, they shall be comforted." We speak that word into existence today. Please comfort us, Lord, in our grief. And would you please keep our colleagues safe on the road today? Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Kuhn. At this time, I would like to welcome members of the Northrup family, along with Devin's spouse, Annie Ramard, accompanied by Constable Lindsay Johnson, to the podium for words of reflection.
I'd like to begin today by extending my sincerest condolences to the Russell family during this extremely difficult time. Devin was one of the bravest people I've ever met, and today he would want me to be brave. Tuesday, October 11th started out like any other day in our house. We woke up, made a fresh pot of coffee, and had a dance party in the kitchen, even though both of us were terrible dancers. I wrapped my arms around him like I always did, and I said, "I love you so much." Devin looked at me and said, "We are so perfect." Devin left early for work, which never happens, kissed me 3 times before he left like he always did, and as always, before one of us walked out that door, we said, "Stay safe." We would spend the rest of the day texting about how we couldn't wait to see each other that night, enjoy our days off. Little did either of us know our lives would be changed forever. Devin had the biggest heart and held those he loved very close to him. If you were lucky enough to be let into his tightly knit circle, you were very special. He loved his family, he loved his friends, and he was our protector. His infectious laughter and smile, his giant hugs, his humor, and overall presence is irreplaceable, and I already miss him so much. Devin represented the true definition of what it was to serve and protect as a police officer. He loved his job, he loved the people, and he loved his ERU team. With that commitment came the many roles and responsibilities Devin had within the organization. His passion for policing made him up to be an officer everyone wanted to work with, everyone wanted as their backup, and the most stand-up police constable there is. He will forever be my biggest coach, officer, and supporter. Devin is my soulmate. He is my person and other half. The amount of laughter, joking around, and sarcasm between the two of us was effortless. And we were perfect, just like he said. We spent every second we could together, building an incredible life with our Roxy, Devin's best friend and little shadow. Although we didn't get to spend years growing old together, creating a family and experiencing everything we had planned, the time we did have together was pure joy, with more happiness and love than anyone will ever know. We waited so long to find each other, and one day, somewhere, we will find each other again. I will love you forever, and you are my hero.
To my brother Devin, my baby brother, although you have towered over me for the past 15 years, you will always be my little Dev. No words will ever suffice what you mean to me, but I hope to share this with you and to make sure you know how much you will be missed by not only me, but your friends and your family as well. Even with our 5-year age difference, I never felt like there was a gap between us. We are as close as brothers could be. You were always by my side, sharing the same passion for many things in life. Some of these hobbies included mixed martial arts training in our basement, often with friends like Connor, seeking out hot sauce and crazy food creations, watching Cops all the time, and adult swim shows. Great job. The one passion that was the most fun to realize this week, and I'm glad Annie mentioned something, is I guess people said we were late for a lot of things. But as you would say, In the past few years, we even got into drones thanks to you, and mountain biking together. I was incredibly excited for your future visits to go nerd out with you and Annie on the trails and the mountains. Just know that on every flight and every ride, I will think of you. A lot of the times throughout our life, you and I stayed connected through one main hobby, video games. Video games were in our room when we were little, and they were in our rooms when we were older. I really loved playing co-op games with you rather than playing against each other, and I know you felt the same. We would get together or jump online when we were away from each other, and while we played towards the same goal in so many games, it gave us a chance to catch up on each other's lives. It was a great feeling to be alongside you in those games, and something I will forever cherish. This feeling was echoed in so many statements by your police family over this past week. I kept hearing how working alongside you was fun. I kept hearing how it was an honor to be riding along with you. I did love hearing this. I also loved hearing over and over about how funny of a guy you are, because it was my favorite thing about you too. Nobody makes me laugh like you. Playing some voice recordings you made for Liam, our son, and reading some of your text messages recently in a car with Elise, my wife, and your friends. We were laughing so hard we were brought to tears. Only you could have that effect on me during the worst week of my life. This common theme was brought up by so many people, and I love that you shared your laughter with them. Some of them even taking your sense of humor and stating you might be the more handsome brother. It's something you probably would say. His best friend Jimmy even mentioned that he is going to miss your voicemails where you called and pretend to be a ridiculous celebrity that you would never expect a call from. Many great nights I will remember forever include us joking around, whether it was when we hung out watching UFC fights with the boys, hanging out on our way to a concert, or smoking meats with mom and dad at the cottage, among others. When we got together to eat, we would eat so much we would often get the meat sweats. almost to the point of getting sick from overeating, and we loved it. This wasn't exactly an activity I could enjoy with anybody else but you. On that subject of food, later on I deemed it appropriate to ask you to be my best man. From one of our safe havens and guilty pleasures in life, Taco Bell. While you were reluctant to do the speech, you still showed up for me, and you set out to make it a great one. After practicing it on Cousin Andy the night before, you stepped up to the podium the next day for Elise and I, and you nailed it. In classic Devon fashion, with your deadpan delivery, that niche sense of humor that I know a lot of you know about, all being delivered perfectly and making the entire room erupt. The most impressive part to me is that you read this speech off of a BlackBerry, which you unbelievably still have to this day. Anyways, as we all laughed at you joking, the best line was that you said that I was the favorite son in the family. My mom was mortified. But since that day, this has been an inside joke when we get together. But Devon, since you joined the South Simcoe Police, watching what you've accomplished over these past 6 years, the title of favorite son was easily passed to you. You achieved your dreams of becoming a police officer. You kept the family tradition going. You made ERU, and I'm so proud of you for all of that. You fell in love with a beautiful woman who cares for you so deeply, and you were the absolute rock to our family. Looking back, I'm glad we enjoyed co-op mode in video games rather than competing against each other, because I cannot compete with the impacts you've had on our community, on our friends, and especially on our family. A lot of people might not even know the true scope of what you've done, because you never wanted to be in the spotlight. You didn't have social media, and you kept it fairly private. But I'm so damn proud to see you in the spotlight now. You always deserve more recognition. The love and support that you have received in the past week will help our family go on. Little brother, I look up to you physically and emotionally and mentally, and I stand here today devastated by your loss. To your friends and your family and to me, you are a hero. I'll end on a quote from one of the favorite shows we got to watch together, The Wire, because, brother, when you were good, you were the best we had, and we love you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wayne Hebb, Heather's brother, or yes, Heather's brother. I thought I was going to say sister. Yeah, a little bit nervous, I'm sorry. Heather's brother and Ron's brother-in-law, although I'd like to think we're brothers. And today, I wish, oh, I wish that we did not have to be here. But we are. So it's important to think about something positive. For me, I am thankful for people like Devon and Morgan and the police officers here today present who work diligently to keep this country safe for us. Unfortunately, being thankful just doesn't seem to be enough. Devon was my nephew. I wish I knew him better. Our family lived in different provinces, and we only got to see one another when we visited or family events and phone calls. But despite these brief encounters, I found Devon to be a great kid, and who grew into a wonderful, fine young man. I know Ron and Heather love him and Brock dearly, and I can't imagine what they've been feeling these past few days, but they are facing this tragedy with the courage and strength that I have come to know. Together with the support of Brock, Elise, and Annie, and the support of family on all sides, they are managing. Community, the friends and support of community and friends has been heartwarming, and the support of the police family, especially the South Simcoe Police Force, has been outstanding. Ever since Devon was a teenager, he wanted to be a police officer. He learned hard. He worked hard to achieve this goal. He took courses, and he worked many jobs to build his resume for his eventual application. 6 years ago, as you know, he became a member of the South Simcoe Police Force. And listening to people here today and looking at the awards and decorations at the funeral home, I can only say that it is amazing what he has accomplished in 6 years. He was truly a cop's cop. When I was a young RCMP officer serving in Newfoundland, the mother of one of the telecoms operators, that's the RCMP version of 911, I guess, or closest thing to it, gave me a laminated card which contained the police officer's prayer to St. Michael. Now, I'm not the most religious person by any means, but I carried this card in my wallet throughout my career, and I read that prayer many times during my career. It gave me great comfort during stressful times. I would like to read it for you today. St. Michael, heaven's glorious commissioner of police, who once so neatly and successfully cleared God's premises of all its undesirables, look with a kindly and professional eye on your earthly force. Give us cool heads, stout hearts, hard punches, and an uncanny flair for investigation and wise judgment. Make us the terror of burglars, the friend of children and law-abiding citizens, kind to strangers, polite to boors, strict with lawbreakers, and impervious to temptations. You know, St. Michael, from your experience with the devil, the police officer's lot on earth is not a happy one. But your sense of duty that so pleased God, your hard knocks that so surprised Satan, and your angelic self-control gave us inspiration. And when we lay down our nightsticks, enroll us in your heavenly force, where we will be as proud to guard the throne of God as we have been to guard the city of men. Since learning of Devon's death, I have tried to put together some words that will express how I feel about Devon. I came up with this short poem, The Last Shift. For most police officers, that would mean retirement. But some, like Devon and Morgan, it means something entirely different. The last shift. He stood strong and tall, checking his uniform in the mirror. A photo of his uniformed parents watched as he brushed a speck of lint from his pants. Satisfied, he started for the door. Then pausing, he turned and walked to the kitchen table where Annie sat, drinking coffee. He kissed her and flashed that big smile. That smile that said, I'm happy, life is good. Closing the door, he left. Heather and Ron, I love you. I'm glad to be here for you today, but I'm sad to be here for this. Thanks to everyone for being here today.
Your Honor, Premier Ford, all the visiting chiefs, all the visiting police officers from every force, thank you for being here for our son and for Morgan. Let me first say how honored and humbled we are by the overwhelming love and support we have received from family, friends, neighbors, people in the community, and Devon's brothers and sisters in the police communities. The South Simcoe Police, of course, being his primary thoughts and love. To all of the provincial police, he was in awe of some of the different forces, and he enjoyed being with them and sometimes training with them. You have been with us since the terrible night that our doorbell rang and this nightmare began. We have drawn strength from you out there, and particularly from South Simcoe Police Service. Your presence here today is a gift, and we will never forget that. We are forever grateful. When we sat down to write and gather our thoughts on for today, we found it the most difficult time. Not because we couldn't come up with things to say about Devon, but we soon found out that so much could have been said that a novel wouldn't have covered it. As parents, losing a child to a premature and violent death, it's unbelievably painful. One we had prayed that would never happen. But here we are. As you've heard, Devon knew coming out of high school that being a police officer is what he decided he wanted to be. He worked diligently for as many as 6 years, collecting a good resume and all of the functions and any kind of thing that perhaps could be asked of him in his interview. And he did a very good job at it. And he probably met Mo as a result and was accepted into the South Simcoe Police Service, where he chose to honor them and join them. Same day as he got a call from Peel Regional Police Force, and he told them, no sir, I offered my word to South Simcoe and that's where I'm going. For those of you who knew Devon, then you knew he was very determined. Once he had a thought or a goal in his mind, then he did that. Devon was so anxious to get started in policing, he did join South Simcoe and happily accepted that he would be close to his home where he grew up. He enjoyed serving in Bradford, West Gwillimbury, and Innisfil community, and became well known within the community because he applied himself and was on teams in order to work with the public. In the past few days, so many officers and members of his force have approached us and told us how impressed they were with Devon and his achievements. And even though he had a very brief service, he had some accomplishments and was well received throughout. We couldn't be prouder of Devon for so many reasons. He was a loving son to us. And when he was away from work, he enjoyed simple pursuits, spending time with us and family and his friends. He loved to bike, mountain biking. He was into physical fitness of all types of activities. He did some martial arts. He went hunting and fishing. And he loved to watch Bar Rescue. It was his favorite program. He enjoyed cooking and he enjoyed food. He made it very clear whenever he found a good recipe, he would let us know. He smoked meat like his dad, and we enjoyed many times having different dishes that were smoked. His most recent acquisition was a air fryer, which I'm led to believe he had been given quite a workout. He and his brother Brock were extremely close, even though, and despite the fact that there were many miles in differences. Brock being out in Alberta, Devon being here, but they still remained always close. Many will always remember Devon for his dry, rather quirky sense of humor. That has been mentioned, and I know it is true. I dealt with it for many years. But I also knew that he always gave his unwavering support in whatever he did to all of you. We last saw Devon as he drove away from our house with Annie on Thanksgiving Sunday. He had come for turkey dinner, and as usual, he took home a care package of the leftovers. In his last text to us on Monday night, he was talking about how he made such a wonderful lunch to take to work. When he met Annie, he had found the love of his life, and they were excited about their future, and so were we. We were heartbroken for Annie, who we love dearly and will always consider as family. We are forever crushed by the loss of our beautiful son, your fellow officer and friend, and the future that he was robbed of. We love you out there, Devon, and we will always, always miss you. And to the Russell family and friends, please know how much we feel your pain. Thank you.
Thank you to the Northrup family for that fitting tribute. We would next hear from Father Lawrence Leger of St. Mary's Parish. Father Leger has been a familiar face to the Russell family since 2019. He's been a source of spiritual guidance for them. As a former police chaplain to the South Simcoe Police Service, Father Leger is here today to lead us in prayer and homily on behalf of Morgan.
My brothers and sisters, we believe that for God's faithful people, life is changed, not ended in death. And we gather today in prayer to ask God to welcome our brother Morgan into eternal life in the company of the saints in glory. Let us pray. God our Father, it is our certain faith that your Son, who died on the cross, was raised from the dead, the first fruits of all who have fallen asleep. Grant through this mystery your servant Morgan, who has gone to his rest in Christ, may share in the joy of his resurrection. We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God forever and ever. Amen. A reading from the Holy Gospel according to John. Jesus said to his disciples, "As the Father has loved me, so I have loved you. Abide in my love. If you keep my commandments, you will abide in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. I have said these things to you so that my joy may be in you and your joy may be complete. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. You are my friends if you do what I command you." The Gospel of the Lord. Praise to you, Lord Jesus Christ. We are brought here this morning by the common bond of the tragic death of men that we knew and loved and cared for. And I'm sure that words are inadequate to temper our grief, and yet we realize that words are needed in some way to help us mark this moment in time. And sometimes I talk about marking and accepting this moment in time, but there is nothing acceptable about these deaths. And yet, in these difficult times and under horrible circumstances, the power, the compassion of our God, evident in the community that surrounds us, is very evident. We gather together in this arena to surround our brothers, partners, spouse, father, friend, our fellow officers in prayer, for that is what we can do. And I remember praying with officers of South Simcoe Police Service about 19 years ago on the first anniversary of the death of Constable Alan Kuzmich, one of my first public duties as a chaplain to South Simcoe Police. I was recruited by then Police Chief Bruce Davis, And now I'm grateful that I didn't have to sit across a table from Morgan Russell. We hear in Scripture today that no greater love than this is to lay down one's life for another. This is in the context of Jesus talking about loving one another, loving as I have loved you. We only need to look at the cross in order to get an idea of that as. To love as I have loved you, a sacrificial love, not selfish, but selfless. You knew Constable Russell as a kind, loyal, dedicated father and officer, someone who could get people to open up to him, that people would trust him to find that common ground. And others have and others will describe him even more. But what I've come to learn about Morgan is that he cared so very much for the community, cared so very much for South Simcoe Police Service, so much so that he kept serving even after he could have retired, out of love for community, out of love for the service. And since Morgan was on the recruiting unit and was a coach for new officers, as such, he's had a hand in pretty much every officer on South Simcoe Police. As a devoted husband, a dedicated father and officer, whether playing baseball or hockey or golf, watching a classic old movie, or just spending time together. Many of you will have memories of this fine servant. And when you have those memories, I beg you also to remember the bond of love that lies behind that pain. Someone else once wrote that mourning is the price that we pay for having loved in this life. And so, for having loved in this life, Marissa and Madeline and Maggie, if we have been loved, if we have loved, then truly we are blessed. And if your relationship with Morgan is simply because you too share a badge, then know that you can honor his memory by, like him, doing everything right. To be that officer that is excellent in all that you do. Live a life of sacrifice, loving as Morgan loved, living as Morgan lived. And so we gather today to pray for Morgan, to pray for his soul, but we also gather to pray for one another, since we are the ones who feel that sting of death. Police officers from across the country, first responders, firefighters, EMS, so many are hurting at this time. And so we gather to pray for one another. There's a story of a rose bush in a garden surrounded by a large stone wall. And that rose bush grew over time, nice and large. It didn't have much direct sunlight, but the heat could be felt through the stone wall. And there was in that wall a small hole through which the sunlight would filter at different times. And eventually, as time went on, the stem grew towards that light, towards that hole in the stone wall. And one day it finally makes its way through that hole, and the bud finally blooms in the radiant sunlight. Right now, we're like plants stuck on this side of the wall, occasionally seeing the light, almost always able to feel the warmth, yet perhaps a little sorry that we've not seen Morgan bloom. Yet our comfort, our consolation can be in the realization that the rose bush that we called Mo has now been able to reach his fullest potential in the place where the sun always shines, where the blooms are eternal. Today, it is our confident hope that God will receive our husband and father, our brother and uncle, our fellow officer and friend, into the paradise that was promised to him in baptism only 24 years ago when he was initiated at St. Mary's Parish in Barrie. So let us comfort one another with these words of faith. If we live to the Lord. If we die to the Lord. Alive or dead, we belong to the Lord.
Thank you, Father Leger. At this time, Morgan's wife, daughters, would like to pay a tribute. It's my absolute honor to welcome them to the podium.
Madeline, Maggie, and I would first like to offer our sincere condolences to the Northrop family and tell you that we did feel an instant connection with you when we met yesterday. We stand with you. We would also like to thank South Simcoe Police for their extraordinary support and every other service within our police family that brought us together here today. Thank you. On the evening of October 11th, my husband Morgan prepared for night shift as he always did. He hugged the three of us, he told us he loved us, and we waved at the window as he drove away. The night that followed was routine until the chief of police rang our doorbell after 10, a visit no police wife ever wants to get. In the wee hours of October 12th, Madeline, Maggie, and I lost our source of strength, our confidant, and our advisor. Morgan was truly the kindest, most loyal and loving husband and daddy that anyone could ever want. We were so lucky to have Morgan as a part of our family unit for as long as we did. And I hope that one day we will learn to accept this crushing loss. Morgan was an exemplary frontline police officer who was regularly sought out for his advice and expertise on the job. And Morgan, like every other frontline officer, took risks and worked hard to keep the rest of us safe and give us the peace of mind that we take for granted to live our lives. I ask you to reflect upon that for a moment, and please respect our police. They've earned it. Thank you.
Morgan Russell was a respected and dedicated police officer. The stories of his experiences on the job, often told to us after a shift, proved to me time and time again how many lives he touched on a daily basis. He was an expert at relating to people, diffusing situations, and making critical decisions. I have always been so proud of what he did, and I have no doubt that he will be remembered for his bravery and integrity as a frontline police officer. But he was also my daddy. I know that nothing I say today will truly convey to you how much we loved him, how much I loved him, and how much he loved us. But I'm going to try anyway. My mom, dad, sister, and I have always been extremely close. For my entire life, the four of us have done absolutely everything together, even going to the grocery store or for walks around the neighborhood. My dad was with us every second he possibly could be, and he always put us first. He loved playing with us and joking with us, and he always gave the best advice. It was truly the four of us against the world. I don't think I am capable of loving anyone as much as I loved my daddy, and I will miss him more than anything. I will miss hearing him call me scamp, call my sister and me my babies, call my mom my love, and call all three of us my family. Every single day I could count on him to tell me, I love you, I'm so proud of you, and you're so cute. My sister used to say that there was no louder noise in our house than my dad and I laughing and talking. I will treasure those talks forever. If there's one thing I want people to learn from this, it's to remember that our police officers are also beloved spouses, parents, family members, and friends. They have families that will be absolutely devastated if they do not come home. My sincerest condolences to the Northrop family, to the families of the other officers that have been taken from us recently. I pray that no one else has to go through this. I wish I still had him here, but I'm so lucky to have had him for 25 years. I love you, Daddy, forever.
Thank you, Marisa, Madeline, and Maggie. Retired South Simcoe police members, Constables John Small and Staff Sergeant John Chalmers, wish to provide a tribute. Their relationship with Morgan extended far outside of work. The trio were the best of friends. Gentlemen, the podium is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, before I get started, I'd like to address the pipe band. Amazing Grace, really? You got me. I apologize to everybody in this corner that had to see my ugly cry face. My name is John Small. I'm a retired South Simcoe police officer and fortunate enough to call Morgan Russell my friend. My deepest condolences to the Northrop family and friends. I knew and worked with both Morgan and Devin, but I grew up with Morgan and have been asked to speak on his behalf. Writing this speech was very much difficult and a struggle because it meant that we are saying goodbye. Morgan, or Mo, as he's known to many who grew up in this area, Mo and his family lived in Lefroy for a number of years, where he and his buddies rode dirt bikes and snowmobiles, mainly Arcticats. At any given time, as was the way back then, Morgan would end up outside from dawn to dusk, tearing up the Russell property and surrounding farms on one of their machines. Morgan also loved playing with his guys in Lefroy. Brian Hogarth, Billy Morris, Steve Gooch, Jimmy Inglis, Mark and Terry Bruning, all the lads. They weren't very good, but they tried. Just kidding, fellas. But there was one thing that Mo and his siblings Heath did back then that most didn't. The Russells had an old drum tied off in some trees, and this is where they would practice riding for their mutton busting competitions. For those of you not familiar with mutton busting, that's a cowboy way to say sheep riding. That's right, little kids wearing a hockey helmet, little Western outfits, plunked on top of a sheep and holding on for dear life. Although he fancied himself a bit of a cowboy, riding sheep and wearing cowboy boots and a Western hat was about as close as Mo got to that lifestyle. As a young lad, Morgan worked for a couple years at the Hogarth's Red and White grocery store in Lefroy. Making a whopping $3.65 an hour, Mo would get really steamed when Brian would disappear to go ref hockey and would come back afterwards, all the while collecting his wage and having left Mo to do all the work. Later on, Morgan also went to work at the Wilson IGA in Alcona, which he often spoke to the good times that he had with Bobby Ayers and Kevin Augustine. Morgan's family moved to Thornton and lived on Essa Road, not far from my family. I attended Barrie Central High School, but Morgan and Heath attended Innisdale High School in Barrie. Poor kids. But they made the best of it, and Morgan had a core group of friends that are still close to this day. Paul Charles, Dave Miller, Steve St. Onge. Evidently, when they weren't riding around in Morgan's sorry old green Malibu that had a trunk lid held closed with a yellow nylon rope, Mo and Paul Charles took their love of riding motorcycles to a higher level. They would ride around town and refer to themselves as Chips, imitating John and Ponch from the early 80s TV show, riding side by side. Nice. As I too have become quite close with Morgan's high school friends, I've heard some good stories over the years. One of the funny stories that I could relate to was how when they would go to McDonald's for lunch, and Morgan would always pull out the same old wrinkly $2 bill out of his pocket, which even back then wasn't enough to buy a lunch, and someone else would have to cover his bill, frequently. I laughed at this because Morgan had an uncanny knack of showing up at our house quite often around supper time. And I now know that our house wasn't the only one that this happened at, but Mo knew he was always welcome. Paul Charles related a story to me of just how determined Morgan was to become a police officer. So much so that in high school, they had a buddy that was arrested and charged for a minor offense. But Mo cut ties right away so as to not jeopardize his chances of being hired by a police service. For a high school kid, that is true determination and focus, and that gives you an indication of Mo's character. After the move to Thornton, Morgan played hockey in the Thornton minor hockey system and learned what it was like to win. There, he made a friend, Scotty Johnson, who would eventually become a roommate, but more importantly, Scotty would be Mo's best man when he married. Morgan and I knew of each other very well, but it wasn't until college where we became close. Attending Georgian College, law and security had us both aiming for a career in policing, While we were there, we thought we'd reach out and branch out from our usual interests and try something new. One of these adventures was the ski club. What a great way to meet new people, we thought. Now, I had skied once or twice before, but Morgan hadn't. This became very evident when he showed up in jeans and his coveted black leather Arctic Cat snowmobile jacket. That's right, hillbilly skiing at its best. I will never forget the lesson quickly learned by Morgan when we got off the lift for our first run, and he barely reached the crest of the hill when he fell. That prized jacket, that coveted jacket, acted just like a crazy carpet. As Mo gained speed down the hill, it was a total yard sale. There were skis and poles everywhere. After I gathered his gear and made my way to him, he was knocking the snow off his jeans. He looked up at me, snow in his hair and on his face, and all he said was, "Whoa, man, Johnny, what was that?" I'm not sure I ever laughed so hard. I will never forget Nancy Wagner, our gym instructor, yelling at us to pipe down in the change room as she was trying to teach a class outside. Apparently, singing at the top of your lungs in the shower after class does not get you an extra credit. But we were awesome. Morgan firmly believed he strongly resembled Mick Jagger, which he did, except for the money and the ability to dance or carry a tune. Other than that, they were twins. We graduated in 1988, and both of us applied to the Township of Innisfil Police. I was lucky to be hired in the fall, and Mo was hired shortly thereafter. I attended Morgan's graduation at the Ontario Police College, and you could not wipe that smile off his face. He was so happy and proud to be a police officer. For a short while, when I was finishing my first home, I lived with Morgan and his family. Morgan's mom, Susan, was a teacher, and his dad, Ian, was in advertising. One day, Ian and I were at the house, and Mo was out. This is when Ian told me that he was the creator of the Jolly Green Giant from the frozen vegetable packages. That was interesting, I thought, but there was more. Ian went on to tell me that he'd also designed the little green sprout. That character that he designed was fashioned after Morgan. Morgan was the little green sprout. Man, I told everybody to listen. Morgan took a good ribbing for a long time. And for every once in a while, for a long time after that, I'd just drop a, "Hey, Sprout." And if you look close enough at the packages, you really can see the resemblance. Not long after being hired, Morgan moved to 430 Innisfil Street in Barrie with a few fellows, including Steve St. Onge and Paul Kennel. This place was like a frat house. We had so many good times out of that house, and Mo was happy. We all had sea-doos, we'd all hit the water even after night shifts, and we'd be out all day. The same held true for the boats that we would come to own. Our motorcycles had Morgan, James Buchanan, Gilles St. Germain, and myself riding to New Hampshire and Rhode Island for Laconia bike meet and super bike races. The snowmobiles that we had, about 12 of us traveling to St. Agathe, Quebec to ride the lakes and mountains. Mo rode a phaser. A phaser. It's exactly how he said it. He thought that was the best sled ever. Safe to say we were enjoying life. Morgan eventually saved up the deposit and bought his own place in the south end of Barrie. He and Scotty Johnson, who had become an OPP officer, lived a bachelor life at Mo's house. Oddly, though, Morgan never treated his place like a party house. When Morgan met Marissa, it wasn't difficult to see that Mo had fallen for this beautiful woman. It soon became apparent that Marissa loved him back. Scotty moved out of the house, Marissa moved in, signaling to Mo's buddy that he was in this relationship for the long haul. The toys started to disappear, and Morgan was settling nicely into domestic life. This would set the table for the rest of Morgan's life. Morgan and Marissa dated, and in July '95 were married. They started their family not long after and had two beautiful girls, Madeline and Maggie, both of which Mo was quite happy to talk about at length. He was so proud of his daughters and loved them dearly. Morgan was the consummate father and husband. Everything took a back seat to the family. Even when his buddies would try to convince him to buy another boat or another bike, he would hold on strong to his plan and never wavered. At work, Morgan and I were part of the original emergency response team. We enjoyed every bit for over 20 years, from call-outs to days at the range and annual training at Baseborden and Meaford. Which reminds me of a time, for some reason, Mo had slept in on the last day of a training week. As a joke, the team convinced the sergeant major of the base, who to us was lovingly known as the guy with the stick. No military background on our team, but we saw that he was always carrying a stick around the base. Anyway, we convinced him to come in and wake Morgan up for us. The sergeant major, for those that don't know, is the person in charge of keeping recruits tight and in line. And this particular gentleman was very good at it. He went into Morgan's bunk as we stood outside the door, and he started yelling at the top of his lungs. Well, Morgan sat up, straight up like something out of a horror movie. His eyes were as big as dinner plates. We burst out laughing outside the door. Sergeant Major broke down. He started laughing as well. When, well, poor Morgan, he was awake. Scott Johnson said that he and Marissa would tease Mo when they were hanging out at the house because he would go on and on and on about being on the ERU. And he thought he was so stealthy. Look, Mo's a lamp. No, now he's a light switch. Hey, is that a plant? No, it's Morgan. I think most of the ERU guys would fall prey to that type of ribbing from their family and friends at some point. I truly believe that if you were to speak to anybody, not just at South Simcoe Police, but anyone that Morgan had contact with in the community, you would be hard-pressed to find a negative comment. Mo was always professional, uniform crisp, boots polished, hair tight, and always ready to work. And Morgan always dealt with the public in a respectful manner. Having attended the visitation yesterday and Kelsey's later, it gave me a chance to reflect on our time together. So many familiar faces that I haven't seen in a long time, and yet somehow it didn't feel that long ago. It is a very sad reason for which we are gathered, but I have to try and find some small positive in this mess. For me, it's the opportunity to reconnect. Life goes by so quickly. Slow down for a moment and reach out to someone who you, and we all do it, take for granted that they will be there next time, because it's not always the case. My words feel inadequate, and I wish I could go on, but I hope I have left you with a small feeling of what kind of person my friend Morgan was. I love you, pal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming, and also thank everybody at the Sadlin Center for helping out. They did a great job helping us all, OPP, Barrie City, York, getting this ready, and I can't thank you enough. To Marissa, the girls, Northrops and family, Premier Ford, Lieutenant Governor, policing ministry partners, chiefs of police, mayors, members of the board, South Simcoe Police family, officers across the province, our country, family and friends, and those watching, thank you. My name is John Chalmers, and I'm a retired staff sergeant with the South Simcoe Police Service. I am honored to be here to talk to you about being both PC Russell and PC Northrop's friend and supervisor throughout the many years in different units, and to go over some of their amazing accomplishments. As you can see already, both PC Russell and PC Northrop come from great stock. I will also touch upon two important topics needed to be addressed moving forward. PC Northrop started with the South Simcoe Police Service in August of 2016. He was assigned to coach officer PC Carlos Pinto. PC Pinto advised that during Devon's recruit training, it was quite evident early on he was going to become a great police officer and that the police service had chosen the right candidate. Thank you, Mo. Devon was an intelligent young man with a friendly disposition who was able to draw people towards him naturally. This enabled him to quickly grasp the police training and mold himself into a police environment and the community. During his recruitment training with PC Pinot and Vanderstar, Devon earned the nickname Curbs or Curbsy. Numerous times he would come close to go over curbs turning right out of the police service parking lot. The nickname stuck with him for quite a while until another officer happened to have a similar incident. No names mentioned. PC Northrop seized the moment and he called a platoon meeting right away as he observed the situation to state his case that he could no longer be called Curbsy. As the name better suited another officer now, we had many good laughs over it. PC Pinto advised Devon was destined to be a great officer, as he witnessed by many officers with his advancement into many units early on in his career. For myself, I personally appreciated the enthusiasm, assiduity he put into his work in his 6 years with the service. Devon became a member in the Community Mobilization Engagement Unit, CMU, after 2 years in uniform. Successful in joining the Emergency Response Unit, ERU, after he became a first-class constable. And then one of 2 officers chosen to operate the first remote piloted aircraft system, RPS, with South Simcoe Police. My many talks with Devon showed me his compassion, dedication, and commitment to everything he put his name to. He had many similarities as Peace Russell. Both Morgan and Devon were close to all members of the service, but had that special bond with their ERU brothers. Devon advised me the best thing I did for him was to convince him in trying out for ERU. Once he got on, he told me on many occasions this was his calling. He had so many great things to say about Sergeant Wes Brown, Sergeant Adam Walther, PC Tyler Howie, and the rest of the members. He loved them dearly. In the Community Mobilization Unit, Devon excelled with his work ethic and community skills. He began loving working at all members of the unit. Sergeant Blackwell agreed Devon never, ever said no. Devon was also a large part in helping with the Coast program. He stepped up and took on many extra shifts, never wavered. One difference between the two stood out to many, and I think it's already been brought up a couple of times. Morgan always showed up early, every time. Devon, on the other hand, was more of a Mr. Bean type character. Not that he had that goofy look at all, but he had that canny ability to just show up and slide right in. He would sneak in between people and give that hello or a little nod, just like he's been there ever since the meeting started. We've had many chuckles about him over times, and it's just the way Devon was. He was so, so lovable. Ladies and gentlemen, to prove what Devon was all about, Devon's last call says it all. Devon was to go home the night of the domestic call or the disturbance. He was on his way home. He was doing a warrant the next day, early with the ERU, and he was basically ready to pack up, do his notes, and get out of there. He could have stayed in the office, cleaned up a few things. Not Devon. He heard the call, and put himself on it. He was not asked to go. This is who Devin Michael Northrup was. P.C. Russell was one of 4 officers that was hired in 1989. P.C. Russell, P.C. Kinsella, P.C. Roberdale, and myself were all hired together. Morgan, as we all know as Mo, he always became close with all of us right away. We watched him, we watched his passion grow, and he wanted to be the best he could. We all watched this every day. It was rather inspiring. His calm mannerism would lead him to many accommodations throughout his career. He was involved with the torch runs, Marine, ERU, negotiator, recruitment, and much more. He also assisted with the annual golf tournament. P.C. Russell's coach officer and eventually one of his sergeants, retired Sergeant Charlie Hicks, advised he was assigned to be with P.C. Russell in 1989. It didn't take Charlie long to realize this new officer was going to be a great addition. This one memory stuck out with Charlie. Morgan had a huge decision to make early on in his career. They received a call one night for an impaired driver. After searching for the vehicle, they eventually came across it. P.C. Russell pulled the vehicle over. He attended and spoke to the driver. He came back to the cruiser and advised that the driver was an old boss of his. Coach Officer Hicks said, "Morgan, what's your next step? What are you going to do?" Without hesitation, he told Charlie, "I have to arrest him." As hard as it was going to be, he made the decision on his own. Being a police officer in the community you grow up in can be very difficult at times. At that time, Charlie saw P.C. Russell's high standards and integrity he stood by. Retired Sergeant Hicks also advised that during his entire time, coach officer and a sergeant, he never had anyone speak negatively about Morgan Russell. Retired Sergeant Doug Lougheed advised, with his 18 years working with P.C. Russell, as his sergeant, he describes Morgan as a no-drama Morgan. You could always depend on him, do what was asked, and without complaint or fanfare. The job was done right every time. Morgan was a compassionate, consummate gentleman. Doug advised that while standing on the bridge at Harvey Road and 400 Highway last Friday, waiting for the procession of P.C. Russell and P.C. Northrup, a lady came up and advised she was a PSW worker for many years. She had one of her patients pass away 20 years ago. She was very emotional, as it was P.C. Russell who came to the call and dealt with the situation when she called 911. Morgan had comforted her when she needed it most. He called back days later to see if she was okay and see if she needed anything. For this one-time interaction, she remembered P.C. Russell's actions 20 years ago. He was the right person to comfort her. She came to pay her respects, as she too is now suffering. As you have heard, P.C. Russell was a great officer to his community and the service. Morgan was always there and ready to go early for the platoon shift. Emergency response units, Marine unit, anything he was involved in. I could always count on Morgan to come in and sit prior to the shift. If I was doing up the ops plan or doing up the dailies, he would always say, "Good day, JC, how are you? What's going on, and where do you need me?" Later in years, I always thought Mo just wanted to make sure he wasn't going to be sitting in the woods for 2 hours on an ERU call-out. That's why he came in early. Morgan was asked by many members, including sergeants in different units, to apply. Retired Sergeants Reynolds, Buchanan, Ferrier were just a few. Morgan told us all he was happy with the frontline duties. To all of the original ERU members, Morgan told me, and I'm sure you're aware, we were like second family to him. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to my next issue that I'd like to deal with. For P.C. Russell and P.C. Northrup, on their behalf, both officers, we've talked about it many times. Family is huge to them. Both officers were big believers in family, which was so important, very important to them. With saying this, We as parents and family members have a responsibility. We bring our children into this world because we want them to enjoy, to have the best life in the beautiful country we live in. We hold them, we hug them, we kiss them, and we tell them how much we love them over and over again. Ladies and gentlemen, we must step up to do more. More people are losing their lives because we aren't taking full responsibility for our children, youth, or young adults' actions. We all understand dynamics of family change. There could be a loss, one parent or both, a sibling's death, a close friend passing, parents working late, or having to work 2 to 3 or even 4 jobs to make ends meet. All the more reason we need to know what our children are doing, no matter how old they are. It is our responsibility. We need to reach out if we have to. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but texting our loved ones is not an answer. We need to call them. We need to talk to them, take them for walks, get them involved in sports. We have to find out what their problems are. Get to know their friends and meet them. If you have a child, family member, or a friend who is having issues and they don't want to get help, after you reach out and after many resources have been utilized, we still can't give up. Too many parents and family friends are walking away. If we don't change our ways, more people will be hurt. We need to start doing safety assessments to help save the lives of family, friends, schoolmates, police, and other first responders. If you find that there are weapons involved, if they have any, that could hurt or kill others, please have them disposed of. If you're having a hard time getting rid of weapons, please call friends, family, or police for further advice. Today, we need to change. If you know someone who needs help, please reach out to them and advise their family. Spend some time with them, even if you get the shoulder shrug the first time. Keep pursuing. You will be amazed at what your kindness will do. There will be no better feeling. PC Russell, PC Northrop were huge into this, and they believed it. Police services across the province and country are expanding with the money from local municipalities, provincial and federal funding for crisis outreach and support teams coast. The units are working very well in our communities, which we police. Many people are always screaming at the different levels of government to do more. I'm here to tell you they are stepping up and doing a good job. More funding is on the way as police services and resources partners supply the statistics showing the great success with getting individuals into hospitals or get them resources needed. And yes, also increase in calls that are coming. I personally have been doing many statistics, filling them out for our partners that we work with and for the province, such as our York Support Services, YSSN, the Canadian Mental Health Association, CMHA Barrie. You have my word on it, more is coming. But ladies and gentlemen, as Morgan and Devon all agree, and so do we, it starts with us. Lastly, to all the police officers, first responders, doctors, nurses in our beautiful country we live in, I've spoken to many over the last year. It's disheartening, very disheartening to see what you are going through. Many have come up to me and they're questioning their profession. I get it. We all have been there one time or another. It is getting worse. For PC Russell and PC Northrop and the many other lives that have been taken, the tragic incident Tuesday in Burnaby, BC, Constable Yang, and a month ago in Peel, TPS Constable Andrew Hong. Please, please keep going. We signed up for this job to help our communities and get stronger. We need you more than ever. We are here for you. You are our heroes. We will stand for you forever and with you. God bless.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Chalmers and Constable Small. I now call upon Father Leger to lead us through the closing prayer.
I invite us to pray together the longer form of the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. On behalf of Cardinal Collins, the Archbishop of Toronto, Bishop John Boissonneau, the Auxiliary Bishop for the Northern Pastoral Region, and St. Mary's Parish here in Barrie, we extend our condolences to each of the families, to the Northrop and to the Russell families. Let us pray. Lord our God, you are always faithful and quick to show mercy. Our brothers, Morgan and Devon, were suddenly and taken violently from us. Come swiftly to their aid. Have mercy on them and comfort their families and friends by the power and protection of the cross. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Eternal rest grant unto Morgan and Devon, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine on them. May they rest in peace. Amen. And may their souls and the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. My dear friends, may every mark of affection and every gesture of friendship that you give to others be a sign of God's peace for you. In peace and in the sure hope of the resurrection, we take leave of our brothers, knowing that one day we shall be with them in heaven.
Thank you, Father. At this time, members of the Combined Services Ceremonial Unit will assist Acting Chief Van Dyke as he presents Constable Russell's and Constable Northrop's forage caps and the national flag. It is now time for the recessional. Would members of the South Simcoe Police Emergency Response Unit, along with members of the South Simcoe Police D Platoon, attend the rear of the arena and prepare to form an honor guard. All others, please remain seated in your seats. Police Constable Northrup and Russell's safe passage has been entrusted to the Combined Services Ceremonial Unit. To all those that are able, I ask you to please rise. Honor Guard members, you are requested to form up.
March. Inwards, turn.
Party, halt, turning left, slow, march. Fair party, slow, march. Fair party, halt.
Shared in the death and the resurrection of Christ, we will be welcomed into glory.
On behalf of the Russell and Northrop families, thank you for joining us today as we honor and remember Morgan and Devon. They are and will always be, in our hearts, heroes in life. Thank you.
Trying to get away from Panwar, goes to Matthews. Back to Lemieux. In Lemieux, finds Cooper Matthews, down low, Weigel across, that pass is deflected out of play. And we'll do this face-off again as Zach Weigel's pass just tipped in front. There was some maroon shirts in front, just not letting that pass go through cleanly.
Well, Weigel looking for Haight at the other side. And Lemieux, the overage, become a big part of this power play here early on for Barrie.
Pete's get it out. Short-handed opportunity here. Stillman chasing after it. Couldn't get to it. Lemieux along the boards. Colts are able to get it out as Maillet sends it deep. Lemieux back behind his own net. The power play for the Colts down to 50 seconds. Here's Cooper Matthews. Matthews trying to set up Hunter Haight. Icing waved off. McCoy into the boards. He'll backhand this, but it's bouncing. Matthews keeps it in. Lemieux from the point. One-timer from Haight. Kick saved by Simpson. And the Petes get it out. Thornton will leave it there for the defense as the Petes are making a change. 25 seconds remaining in this power play for Barrie. Bo Akey reaches center. He'll send this one in. Carter Lowe chasing after it. Overskates it. Bowden from the corner back to Akey. Akey across for Cholach. Cholach back to Akey. Akey waits. Decides to put it towards the net. That's blocked. Bowden takes the shot. Blocked. Akey again. Drops it for Bowden. Bowden, though, loses it. Trying to get it back from Zanetti. Puts that one wide. Lowe trying to put it in front. The power play has come to an end. Back to even strength. Robertson has it in the center ice area. Bo Akey to Bowden. Bowden loses it to Robertson. Colts get it back. Cholach facing some pressure here from Lockhart. Puck's at the blue line. Bowden to Jodwin. Here comes Ronik Jodwin. He's turned aside. And the Petes gets to the blue line, but not out. Kept in by Punnett. Connor Punnett in front. That's blocked. That was Smith who got in the way, and Lockhart skates it out for Peterborough. Across for Tucker. Robertson. Shot scores. His second of the night. Tucker Robertson. Nice move. And it's now 4-0 Peterborough.
Well, just great patience there by Tucker Robinson, and finishes it off with a beauty move. And this guy any kind of opportunity. It's in the back of the net. And again, the Pete's a nice job. And who else but the setup man by Lockhart. And puts it right on the tape. And the head up by Lockhart, spots his teammate going up in the middle of the ice, and Robertson able to get behind the D and finish it off.
Well, those two have generated some great chemistry early on, Lockhart and Robertson.